this is an academy night, so we're gonna get up there, guys. That's up, after the correct?
A firm. 10-9? Can you repeat your message? Yeah, I've been in contact with her. 10-4.
going to get toward us. Huh. I wonder if this is where we're going to be sitting. Damn it. Oh, that's it.
We were doing stuff.
Follow, yeah, let's go around back this way for a sec.
Nine 6-1 1041. 10-4, welcome aboard. I'm currently at the firehouse. What do you want me to do, Chief? Can you get an ambulance and head up to Polito Medical? Heard you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, not Polito Medical, Polito Fire Station.
Loud and clear. Should I grab any gear here while I'm down here, or should I wait till I get up there?
Wait until you get up here.
Do you want me to be 10-7 while I'm driving?
Be 10-7 for now. Once we start the training, we will all be 10-8.
Sounds good, I'll be there soon.
10.
Is there a changing room up there?
Yes, sir.
Word.
You just say room.
Word.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Hello. Yeah, Chief, we got a couple problems.
What's up?
Still downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Alright, hang on, I'm coming down.
I gotta take a quick nap, my headaches are ridiculous right now.
So, there's no supply dude, there's no change room that I can find. They literally put nothing up here.
Let me go check over at Polito Medical really quick.
Alright, you do that.
What's up, John?
Trying to make sure my voice.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I have my voice.
A couple minutes.
I say you sound like you're whispering.
Getting going. We're probably going to do it out back of the building.
Yeah, I kind of
shit,
figured
never
because
mind.
the
Ears up.
building's back there too, where you guys can do
Oh,
all
I
the
gotcha.
other stuff.
Yeah, and that way we can spread
I
out if we
forgot I
need to,
did
blah,
that,
blah, blah. It's looking
my
like it
hand
might
was
be
real
a
hard.
small group.
Oh, I gotcha.
We might just do it as one group as opposed to separating off like 1, 2, 3 different groups kind of thing. We'll see how it goes though. Alright, but
You actually checking the place?
it could be 10-7 for about 5 minutes, Chief.
10-4. Found the guy that has our supplies.
Okay, so everything is at the medical center down there for us?
A firm all the way in the back once you get through the front door.
Alright, 10-4. I will be right back.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing alright. Oh, things stopped on a dime. Y'all might want to move, yeah.
Nope, you're good, right?
I was asking if I needed to move my vehicle. That's what I was asking.
Nope, you're all good. Alex, how you doing today?
Doing alright.
961 back on radio.
Just getting everything
10-4.
set up on the tablet here.
Well, I appreciate you doing this.
Damn.
You can show me en route to Polito.
Like,
10-4.
said that on radio.
Jamie, John, how you guys doing?
Doing good, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing good today. Doing good.
Oh
Just still trying to figure everything out. We weren't allowed to come up here very often, so trying to figure out where everything is up here. If if you ever have a call and you have to take them up here to Polito and you take them to Polito Medical, if you need to restock on any supplies, there is a supply room uh, down the hall when you enter the front door. Uh, last room on the left.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, you'll see Dr. Dan.
At the firehouse earlier, one of the freaking locals started beating my ass. I took
What's
out my
up?
One of the damn locals tried to beat my ass. I took out my flashlight, one punch, he was down.
Oh, I had a local jerk me out of my ambulance yesterday or the day before.
Why? I wonder why.
Yeah. Like I backed up to the bay door and I was just sitting there. I looked at, I pulled up my MDT and was looking at things and went on duty and everything. And then I put my MDT away and went to get out of the ambulance. And when I put my MDT away and I look out my window, there was a local standing there and he just suddenly opened my door and pulled me out. And I was like, what the hell?
Oh, it'd be hilarious if he tried to steal it. I think that would be the first damn time a local trying to steal an EMS vehicle.
I wouldn't put it past these locals.
Well, how would you get it back? That's the whole thing. You would really have
Have to chase him down in my personal car.
True. I mean, I don't have a personal car, so I wouldn't even be able to
Then yeah.
I would be kind of screwed. I mean, other than if my cousin was on duty at Ulu, I could call him and be like, cuz, I need you to come pick me up and chase down a local. My cousin is smart. Apparently, so it would be good. But I don't know if he would have been on wait card as it would happen. Usually don't get home late until night.
And if he's at Uwu, hopefully he doesn't have any customers.
Not true.
Well, can't be any worse than, you were saying something about the local. My, when I was out east, we used to get handcuffs because we had a lot of people that would come in and cause a lot of trouble. I can't tell you how many times we've had guns pulled on us.
I remember that. I do remember that. Back
Yeah.
out east, yeah.
Well,
that's crazy.
5150.
No, they just weren't 5150s. They were gang members, crazy homeless people, just constantly pulling guns on us. Well, with the handcuffs, my ex-wife thought it'd be a funny idea to handcuff me and then put me in the back of some random person's car, and they just drove off, not a care in the world.
Was I there
Wow.
when that happened? I remember that.
I believe you ended up having to go back home. Yeah.
I remember something like that.
Sugar.
Yep, I think I heard about a rumor about that.
But whoa, back up.
Oh no.
Okay. I've heard you talk about your ex-wife before, and No. Hang on, let me see if I get the terminology correct that you used about her. I believe it was crazy bitch.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that her name was Sugar?
Sugar cane.
Do you like not see like the parallel and the potential immediate red flags? Like you're talking to somebody who's like the crazy bitch whisperer. I can attract them like nothing. Ask Alex.
I like it.
Well, do you want to know the
even I would see the red flag from that one.
Do you want to know the better part about all this is?
Oh, it
It's,
gets better. Oh boy,
It's the assistant chief's estranged daughter.
you were banging the ass chief's daughter.
Yeah.
I've done some shit. I don't have words.
She tried to tell people, and this is how crazy she was. She tried to tell people that she tried to kill me for our life insurance policy when we were married.
Damn.
Guess who got that all in the divorce?
You?
Yeah.
I don't have words for this conversation.
Hey, Dinkelberg.
What up?
Dinkelberg, I would like you to meet Jamie Conrad, am I right? And that's John Smith.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Before
Nice
we
to
get
meet
going
you.
on this, does everybody have enough food and drink?
I got some more food in my ambo. I got a whole bunch in my bag. I'm in stock right now.
I have 2 sandwiches and 4 waters.
Okay, you're probably going to need a bit more than that. We're going to be up here for a couple hours at least.
Okay.
Brett, we're also gonna change you into the uniform that they're in.
Okay.
Alright, let's go inside.
Yeah.
Get you changed up.
Yeah. I also have decided on what I would like to focus on.
And then I got
I'm gonna run over to the gas station because I don't have enough drink.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
I stopped at myself. I need and I don't want to go all the way back to get my latte. I gotta have my coffee. And I'm almost out.
Local.
I couldn't even tell.
So how have you been doing, Alex?
Working, and more working.
Oh, awesome.
Business doesn't stop.
True.
Why is this so... Okay, how are you using something like that? Because my path is in the front.
Old age.
Good day, sir.
How are you doing today?
Not bad. How are you?
Doing alright, doing alright.
Good.
Bello, how are you today, ma'am? That's what you get for not saluting.
I didn't know what the hell we were doing. But I was trying to turn off streamer mode because I didn't have body cam on.
Nah.
That's why I didn't fast paper, so I wouldn't be reading that fast. So I'll just
Salute the man!
there. I get like
Oh, that's some kind of salute.
I'm trying to hurry and get to it.
Think really hard about Air Force 4.
Yeah.
Or just think about salute.
I'm not the best seller. That's why I'm trying to find it. No. I'm already almost there. I'm already in.
At the end of this, we're supposed to grab a bunch of Kalashnikovs and fire them off, right?
Yes, in vodka.
Yes.
Bet.
Das Svidanya, bitches.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it the music done?
Yes.
Because I can't even tell. I don't hear it no more. That's on streaming mode. I have
What the fuck is streamer mode?
That puts earplugs in.
I have body cam on.
So technically, when I was ignoring my ex-wife, I was in streamer mode.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So, like, every time I tried to talk to you when I worked for you, you would just put yourself those earplugs in, and I would sound like the, what is it, the old TV show, Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown.
What? I didn't catch any of that.
You're such a fucking dick.
Yeah, I know.
See if you end up in any pictures now.
Gunnar's
Only pictures of him laying on ground like roadkill.
Oh, hey, Casey, actually,
that would be her saying,
I need to talk to you about that too, by the way.
you just play
Okay.
fuck around and find
I
out.
don't know if you ran the contract, but it was half now, half at delivery.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I need to check, see if I have any vehicles here. I believe I may.
That's a great question.
I feel like he has vehicles everywhere.
Quite possibly, yes.
I feel like everywhere we go, he just randomly pulls a car out of the garage.
It's Gunnar. He's Russian. He's prepared for everything.
He is.
Yeah, I have body cam on, so I'm gonna do my body cam today.
All right.
10,000 coming your way.
And then I'll have this round of them within a week. I'll just send you all of them.
All right, perfect.
God, Blake, you smell.
Wow.
You notice that too?
Yep. Did you like forget to shower or something?
I smell like success and manhood.
You still like smell like old
You smell
cigars
like
and
bad decisions,
depression.
regret, and shame.
I mean, okay, Gunnar, dude. I thought we were homies. That was way too accurate.
Like I said, I call as I see.
God fucking damn it.
You smell like stale pussy from a month ago.
I mean, that's entirely possible.
Wow.
The better question yet is how does she know what that smells like?
I went to college once.
You good, Chief? Ah, fuck, here comes Eeyore again.
Like I said, our new mascot.
All right, somebody teabag him. Then you'll get a motorboat.
Oh man, don't even think about it.
But Alex said, and I mean, that's the rule. You have to obey Alex at all times because she'll fucking hatchet you.
Medics are different. You guys get a free pass, except for you, Blake. That's because you're a fucking dumbass.
What? I mean, accurate.
He can't help it. I mean, it is part of where he's from.
What the fuck do you mean by that, eh?
You know exactly what I mean.
What, Stupidity Central?
What the fuck? You know, it's extra painful when you talk down to me like that, mommy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just so Stupidity Central, right?
Don't jump, it's not worth it.
I mean, what the fuck?
What is that?
I'm catching W's.
But you know what? Bottom line, it is better to be like Canadian, eh? As opposed to like being from the South,
All right,
eh?
Moose Knuckle. Calm down.
Hey, I wore the proper pants today. I don't have a moose knuckle.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
I got that. I just put it on
So when do I get my free shot on Blake?
Please don't hurt any of my medics.
Right now.
Oh.
I wasn't
Alright,
paying
cool.
attention.
You know what?
Huh?
You still hit like a bitch.
Are you sure you want to say that?
Hey, Chief, what is that over there?
Oh, the sky
Oh,
looks so
you are
beautiful.
lucky today.
Jesus, the sky does look beautiful. Oh man.
You need to look right there, past the building.
Yep.
Beautiful skyline over the beach.
Hey, look, training, boys.
Don't know. He slipped on.
His blood sugar went down. Yeah, I think he's
He
out.
slipped on that patch of oil right there.
Yeah, that oil. Yeah.
She hits like a bitch.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Hey, Gunnar. Is that a plane up in the sky?
Yes, it looks like a plane.
Okay.
Hello.
Jamie, you see the plane too, right?
Yep, I see the plane.
Look, plane right there.
Yep, it's right there.
We're talking about what a dumbass I am.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Again?
Yeah.
Still.
Why is this like a daily conversation? Why?
Because it's me. See,
Can't be any worse than
problem
Eeyore.
is, the two of us have known each other for way too fucking long.
I've seen parts of you I never wanted to see before.
Wow, I did not know they had magnifying glass that big.
Dude! What the fuck was that? I thought
no
we were
idea what that
homies,
was.
man. I thought we were homies. What the fuck?
We are. I mean, like, you do not make insult like that to somebody unless you really care about them.
Am I right?
Alright, yeah, we're good.
You think about it, how much time and effort I had to put in that split second to think of.
Okay.
Yeah, for you, that's a lot of effort with all the alcohol that you drink.
I know.
Chief.
And nothing says I love you more than telling you you have a small cock, bro. I mean, you know.
I can't with you guys, man. I really can't.
Oh, but you can.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's go play Wii Bowling. Nice cock.
All right, everybody. Make sure you have enough food and drink to get through this. Everybody that brought vehicles up here, just so we don't have brain issues, if I could get you to park them in the garage, that would be fantastic. Please and thank you.
Where's the garage? In the back?
It's in here.
In the garage.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Well,
You go ahead and go first.
Oh, all right. I know you're going in.
Go ahead.
What'd you say?
Next time you at the repair bench, you need to look at extras on your ambulance. You have your side white lights on.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so check your extras.
All right, cool.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah.
How you doing?
You good, man? I might get distracted here for a second because I'm thinking about maybe an Amazon package. So, like, I might tip out on you guys for like 2 minutes. All right, just FYI.
Probably
Oh,
a
good.
Tanga Deluxe.
Goodies, you know. Goodies.
It's a Tango with the Guac Guac 3000.
No, nothing that fancy. Just some caramel I wanted. That's all.
Oh, the Guac Guac 1000. Then gotcha.
I see you got all the names for them. That's nice, you know.
Absolutely. You know, I'm married, so.
Travis, we are going to be clocked on for this training. So
For who
make sure
drank
you have
Dr.
everything-
Pepper? Jesus.
I
Should be clocked on now.
Mountain Dew.
I forgot to do a Gunnar setting and double check my, you know, when I clock on, go back on and check it again.
Dr. Pepper, right? Let
Yep.
Dr. Pepper. Whatever. You appreciate it.
So, what kind of training we doing today?
All of it.
I don't know, but we're waiting on instructor. He's late again.
Oh, who's that?
You don't want to know.
Mr. Magnifying Glass?
Yes.
Actually, do I have enough food and drink? Yeah, I'm good.
Anyone got some spare food and water? I don't know if I have enough.
I have some.
I've got some.
Oh, I got tons, bro. Don't worry, I got enough for all of us and shit out here.
There's food store 2 blocks that way. Better get running.
Shit. Gnarr.
Well,
What are you doing? Come on here, I got food for you.
Hell, did he actually start running?
Yes.
yes, he did.
And I like him already. Look at that, he was running while smoking cigar, even better.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to give you 5. Hold on.
Trying to kill him. That's even horrible to run in a
And I used to do all the time.
Yeah, what happened?
All right, so I'm assuming this is everybody.
Oh, you know what they say when you assume stuff?
Yeah, well,
You end up sounding like Chief.
yes.
Which one?
The one we call Eeyore.
All right, everybody good to go? Everybody stocked up on food, ready to go?
Nah, we'll find out.
All right, let's move this around to the back.
And I like where this is going already.
Y'all are pervs. Y'all are pervs, man. Oh my god.
Ma'am, you're married?
Okay. Thank you everybody for coming out today. We do appreciate it. This is the first time we're going to be running an academy. And we haven't really done it yet. So this is going to be a bit of a work in progress. So please be patient with us as we try and nail this down for future academies so it can be much more streamlined and much more quicker. The idea that I have is we're going to design an academy that can be done as a group like this, or in some cases when we need to, can be just done one-on-one. We're going to try and make it as versatile as possible. So, you know, depending on our needs and situations, we can just run one. Okay. If you all have any questions at any time during this, stop us and ask. Okay. We want to make sure that we're being as clear as possible and you guys have as much information as possible. And contrary to rumors, there is no such thing as a horrible question. We want to hear them all. That's how we find out where all of you are at and what we need to help you more with and work on a little bit more. Okay. The other thing, you have to forgive me for right now. I know I've met some of you, but I am also the person that's horrible with names. So I am going to forget, and I'll admit that right now. So please be patient with me as we try and learn everybody's name and get this moving forward. I know a lot of you have been on duty already. We've noticed that. We've appreciated that. And we thank you for that. It's been a tremendous help the last couple of weeks. As we've talked about with many of you, we have a couple issues within Saffir. The biggest one that we see right now is we need to undergo incredible image change, particularly within the state. Saffir is not viewed in the best of light for many, many reasons. And we need to change that, and we are going to change that. As a member of Saffir, you're going to be held to the highest standards. And I'm very adamant about that, and so are all of the chiefs. We've sat down and talked about this at length. We are going to have expectations, but we also realize what this job entails. And by that, I mean it's not always back to back to back to back to back calls. We do have downtime between calls. And when we are on those calls, let's face it, we see some shit. And a lot of times that sticks with you. And it's hard to shake that off and get yourself ready and get your game face on for the next call, because you have to have that game face on when the next call comes, because the people that we encounter and the people that we help and treat, your patients, they deserve you at your best 100% of the time, and we are going to give them that. As you've seen, we don't mind the laughing, the joking around, the carrying on, but it involves time and place. As soon as that call comes out, the expectation is 100% that you put your game face on and you are ready for that next call. And by time and place, what I mean is when we're just hanging out as a group, laugh and joke and have fun. Honestly, that's what I want. I want you all to be happy to be here. I want you all to enjoy this. I want this to feel like a family. But the fun and games and shenanigans and laughing around stops as soon as we're in the public light or you are on a call. Does anybody have any questions about that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions so far about anything that I've talked about so far?
No, sir.
Okay. Going back to the high standards. When you are out on patrol and you are not on an active call, you are expected to be following all the appropriate traffic laws. Running code 3 with lights and sirens to go to Burger Shot is not an acceptable reason to be running code 3. If I catch people doing that, it's not going to go well. So please just don't do it. Okay. We are of the opinion, all the chiefs and I, through our many discussions, that we're more than willing to treat people like adults and give them the benefit of the doubt until there is a reason not to do that. So please, I'm asking you right now, don't give us a reason to not do that and have to start micromanaging and babysitting, because I don't want to be that person, and neither do the rest of the chiefs. We would rather be able to implicitly trust everybody that is part of SAFR, as opposed to having to go around and babysit and make sure that you're not doing stupid shit that has been talked about many, many times over and over again. Is everybody good with that?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay. When you're driving code 2 and code 3, the expectation is you slow down at intersections, you beep your horn, you make sure traffic is clear and it is safe to proceed, and you go through. We do not want any of our fire individuals or any of our medic individuals getting into traffic accidents, because that just creates an absolute nightmare for everybody. Just because you're going code 2 and code 3, whether it's to a call or to a medical facility, does not mean that safety goes out the window. You're no good to anybody if you're responding to a call and get into a major traffic accident and now you're injured and need medical attention yourself. Okay, that doesn't help anybody. So the expectation is that you're still being as speedy as you possibly can, getting to the scene or getting to the hospital, whatever the need is, but you're also doing it in a very safe and efficient manner. Okay, any questions?
No, sir.
All right. As we go through the medical procedures, that we're going to go through today. I hate doing this, but it's honestly, all the years that I've done this, it's the simplest way. This is going to be a mixture of IC and OOC speak, simply because there are things that will be discussed and taught today that are sometimes much easier to explain in a different way. Okay? That's pretty much how this training session is going to go. It's the best way to teach from what I have personally found. Okay? Is everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chief and Gunnar, do you guys have anything to add so far?
I am good so far.
You good, Chief?
Yeah, sorry, I was answering an email. My bad.
Good.
I am good so far. The one thing I will stress at the moment, and I'm gonna go back to this, is the whole image change. Saffir has been in a bad taste of mouth with the city, more specifically with the mayor and council, as we had two chiefs that thought that they were better than anyone and ran their mouths, and we had another chief that was essentially a crybaby when it came to stuff and just packed his bags and left. That is something that I am not going to do, and that is something that I stressed with the rest of the command team about. And we really need to be as professional as possible, because especially with both sides of the spectrum, both the medical side and the firefighting side. In firefighting, you can get yourself killed at any time. Medical side, you kill someone while on the job, your ass is going to jail.
Yep, 100%. And that's another reason why I stressed the time and place. You know, we understand that there's going to come a time where we need to laugh and joke and blow off a little bit of steam, and that's perfectly fine. But it all goes back to time and place. We have to be very, very conscious right now of our image within the state, through many, many reasons. Okay. It's not an impossible task. We can fix this, and we are going to fix this. We just need your help doing it. Sound about right, Chief?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions so far?
No, sir.
No, but I do have to step away just for a couple minutes, guys. I'll be right back, okay?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody has met Alex. I have known Alex for many, many years. I actually, at one point, encouraged her to apply for EMS and to become a medic, and I trained her. We've known each other for many years, and unfortunately, she can probably tell you a lot of stories about me, which I'm sure at some point she will, and I'll regret past actions, but whatever. It is what it is. Jesus Christ.
No, you don't.
Alex is going to be helping us out today. Her medical knowledge is vast and extensive. She 100% knows what she's doing, and today she is going to be a patient for all of you as we run through all our various scenarios and what the procedures and expectations are for you all on scene. Okay? She 100% knows what she's talking about. So if she ever, at any point, pulls you aside to talk to you, to help you out, listen to her. She knows what she's talking about. Okay? Since it's such a small group, we're not going to break off into smaller groups. We're just going to do this as one group today, and go through everything together at the exact same time. Okay? Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
When we first roll up onto a scene, what do you think the most important thing that we do is?
Call it over radio that you've arrived on scene.
Okay, after that.
Ask where the scene of any begins.
Before that.
What happened?
Introduce yourself.
Even before that.
Vehicle placement.
That's part of it, yes, 100%. Thank you, Gunnar. It's where you place your vehicle and how you assess the safety of the scene so that you are as safe as possible and your patient is as safe as possible. If that means you have to show up and just as a precaution, very, very quickly place a seat collar on your patient and throw them on a backboard so you can safely move them to a more safe location, then that is exactly what you do. Scene safety is the most important thing. Okay? You place your vehicle in a way that it can block and prevent traffic from getting further involved in the scene and making the scene any more unsafe than it already is, but also to make people aware that are going past the scene that you are there. Okay? Like I say, if patient safety means that you have to seat collar them and backboard them so that you can quickly move them to a much more safe location so that you and your patient are not in harm's way, that is exactly what you do. Okay? Any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. When you first come across a patient, you've established scene safety, you've got them moved if necessary. You start talking to your patient. You introduce yourself to them. You're going to start asking them questions to assess them. Now, in the back of your head, there's 3 things that you need to be doing while you are doing this, while you're assessing your patient. And they're the ABCs. Airway, breathing, circulation. Is your patient's airway open? Are they physically breathing on their own? Do they have a pulse? Okay. Sometimes you can just do this very quickly, but visually. Okay. You show up on the scene. Your patient has the ability to talk to you and they're answering you. That means their airway is open. They are breathing on their own and they have a pulse. They have blood circulation going through their body. ABCs have just been completed just by interacting with your patient and getting them to respond to you in a sentence. Okay? You're going to do this every time. Sometimes you're going to come across a patient that's not breathing. They can't talk to you. They have no idea that you're there. So first thing you're going to do is check their airway to make sure it's not blocked so that whatever oxygen you give them actually goes somewhere, so that you can get them breathing on their own and double check to make sure they have a pulse and have blood circulation. Okay? You do this at every single scene, no matter what. One of the very, very first things you do is establish the ABCs so that you can have a general idea of what you're dealing with. Okay? Any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. If everybody can go into the Saffir email channel, you're going to see a portion there called important information. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the Saffir Discordia. Do you see it? Go into the Outcast Discordia.
Oh yeah, I'm more
Scroll.
into that.
Scroll all the way down. There's a section called Safr, SAFR, near the bottom.
Yeah, staff room.
Okay, it's above that. SAFR.
Above the staff room, I got interview meeting room.
He might need to go up to the very top and click on the browse channels and make sure that safer is checked.
Yeah, it should be under right below DOJ waiting room. He might have his tab closed too. You can't probably see it. Maybe his tab is closed.
Safr announcements. Okay, right under that is a channel called Safr Important Information. Okay, click on that channel. Okay, scroll up on there. You're going to see a post that says Safr Important Documents.
Now I see it.
Okay, I want everybody to click on the document that says Medical Protocol. Does everybody have that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Everybody's good? Okay. You've got it? Okay. Scroll over to the far left on the tab called Allergic Reactions. Okay, is everybody at that same spot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One thing I'm going to say about these protocols. They are currently a work in progress. We did not write these protocols. I know who did. And there are going to be changes to them. We have not got that far yet. Okay? That goes back to the whole discussion of there's a lot of things that need to be worked on within this department that we're making our way through. But it is what it is. It's still a work in progress. So going forward, there will be changes, but when there are changes, we will inform everybody what the changes are and why they were made. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Everybody else good?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of these, like I just said, are going to be a work in progress. Some of these we are going to ignore. And I will tell you which ones as we're going through. My medical philosophy, the philosophy that I have talked about with the chiefs in various discussions over the last week or two, is very much a keep it simple. And there's a reason for that. A vast majority of the people that we are going to be dealing with on a daily basis have little to absolutely no medical knowledge whatsoever. If we start throwing a whole bunch of technical crap at them, all you are going to do is turn them off and they are not going to want to deal with us. Okay. Whereas if we just simplify things, it becomes a lot less daunting for people, and they feel much more comfortable around us, and we just go about what we need to do. Okay, it makes people more comfortable, and it makes them want to interact with us more because they don't feel lost and foolish when they're having a discussion on a scene with us. Okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that in mind, in the past, the policy has been when you're dealing with a patient, you end up using a lot of incredibly technical terms and all of that stuff. For example, I've seen inserting large bore needle into arterial vein. Blah, blah. You don't need to do all of that. That goes back to my original point of you just alienate people by doing that.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, I keep it simple enough that all I would say if you're giving somebody an IV as an example, I would just tell them, hey, I'm going to start an IV on here with you with some fluids. This is going to help make you feel better. You don't have to go into specifics of, okay, we're going to start an IV of morphine and an IV of saline and an IV of hydration fluids and blah, 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 blah. You don't have to go through all of that bullshit. All you're going to do is alienate people. Just keep it simple. I'm going to start an IV with some fluids here for you. This is going to help you feel better. Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll start with allergic reactions. Allergic reactions can either be incredibly simple or incredibly complex. At the simplest, you're going to come across somebody that's just basically getting a rash, a skin irritation from the reaction that they're having. At that point, all you need to do, just rub some allergy cream on them, Benadryl as an example. Bandage the affected area, put a gauze bandage over it, and give them instructions to keep doing that every 4 or 5, 6 hours, whatever the case may be, until the rash clears up. They don't need transport. They don't need to go to the hospital. At the most extreme, you're going to come across somebody whose allergic reaction is so severe, they're actually going into something called anaphylactic shock, which means they are basically unconscious. Their tongue has swollen in size, and they are either A, having incredible difficulty breathing, or are not breathing at all due to this obstruction. Okay? In that case, you reach into your medical kit, you pull out your EpiPen. Okay, it's an auto-injection pen. You jab that into the patient's thigh, and almost instantaneously, they're going to regain consciousness again and start breathing on their own again. Okay? And in that case, you're just going to bring the patient to the hospital as a precaution so they can be double checked by doctors and find out exactly what went wrong so they know how to properly treat the patient. Okay? Allergic reactions can happen from a bug bite, a sting, a plant, somebody ingested food that they didn't know they were allergic to. Like the possibilities, there's a ton of them. The big thing, like I said, is just determining, is this a simple allergic reaction or is this something complex that could be emergent and they need to get to the hospital now? Any questions?
No, sir.
So far.
When we do type all
Pardon
this,
me?
I said when we do type all this, I'm not the best speller, so
Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you because this is what I do. For some of the same reasons, but different reasons. I'm not a big slash me person.
Either am
I okay. I personally despise them for many, many reasons. If I have a patient that is conscious, has the ability to communicate with me and can understand me, I talk to my patient, just like I used to do when I was a search and rescue medic. I carry on conversations with my patient. I explain to them what I'm doing. I ask them questions. The only times you will see me doing slash me's is if my patient is unconscious and cannot understand what I am saying to them. Okay, so if you are more comfortable just carrying on conversations with your patients and using minimal slash me's, that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that unless your patient is unconscious, because then it makes sense to use slash me's. Okay? Is everybody else okay with that?
Yep.
Also, on side note, even if you are doing slash me's, you could always talk to your patient because they may be unconscious, but yet they still can hear you in some cases.
Yeah. we
So
did both.
feel free to always talk, even if they are unconscious. Just sometimes hearing a voice or something will snap them out of it, depending on what is actually causing them to be unconscious.
That's another reason why I always used to like riding around with a partner, because I could play it off as I'm just talking with my partner. Hey, can you grab me this? Hey, can you grab me that? What do you think about doing this? Should we try this? You know, you can play it off as you're having a conversation with your partner, which you are, but your patient is also paying attention to that as well, so they know what's going on. Okay? Whatever works for you, whatever's most comfortable for you, as long as it makes sense. Okay? I'm not gonna have hard, fast regimental rules about you have to use a slash me for absolutely everything, blah blah blah. I'm not gonna go down that road. Yes, we have protocols and procedures that we want and expect everybody to follow. But at the same time, I want you to be your own person and I want you to be your own medic and find your own style, as long as it does not conflict with our policies and procedures that we outline for you guys.
All right.
Okay? Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
sir.
Alex, can you come over here, pretty please? Everybody switch to the tab on broken bones, please. Alex is going to be our fantastic patient. Okay? Now, I'm sick and tired of doing all the talking. So we're going to do things a little bit differently. Okay? You, sir. What is your name, please? Okay, good conversation. Nice talk.
Talk about Jamie.
Who are you talking to?
Jamie, sir?
Who's talking to you, Jamie?
Can you guys hear him? Because I can't.
No, I cannot.
No, I think he's working on it.
Okay.
He's got to clear his throat.
Okay, nice talk. Okay, we're going to move forward with this because I honestly don't want this to take 5 hours.
Hello?
Ah, there you are.
Your voice is back.
Nice to hear you, man.
Hello?
Hello.
No, yes.
Okay. Have you switched to the tab that says broken bones?
He cleared his throat, but now I think his ears are clogged.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, there we go.
We're good now?
We are good now.
Hold on, I gotta
Okay.
step away.
The last thing I heard was you asking Alex to walk over here.
Okay. All right. Are you on the tab
Hello?
that says broken bones?
Hello? Yeah. Right now I'm in and we're
So the only question I have is, am I walking through it, or am I just literally treating you as a
yes,
patient,
I
or am I
am
walking
going
you
to
through what I'm
send
doing?
you,
Okay.
like
Okay.
2 different basically out on me, but I'm been using the other one.
Hello, ma'am. My name is
But I
Jamie
wanna
with the San Andreas
sure
Fire
I'm
Rescue.
stocked up on
What
as
seems to
much
be
as
going on
possible.
here? Hello?
Well, when they have the ID,
All right, ma'am. I'm gonna check for the injuries here. All right, looks like we've got some swelling into the right arm, down into the fingers. Let's see here. I'm just gonna check for some lacerations, see if there's any open wounds, open fractures. All right.
that doesn't
All right, I
seem
don't
well.
see any open wounds. Looks like this is closed wounds. Looks like we've got some damage to the internal side of the arm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to splint the right arm, and we're going to elevate it just a little bit. And I'm also going to wrap it down into your wrist.
Get that shit removed.
All right, we've got it wrapped up here. All right, we're going to place an ice pack on it as well. All right, we've got it wrapped up. We've got some ice on it. It's trying to help with that swelling. We're also going to start you on an IV drip.
Water in it, but all that with a couple other things cost me $60.
All right. Now, from this standpoint of it, the only question that I have, I know you said that some of these policies and things are going to be changing, but like reading on this one, it says consider pain meds, but that's only for paramedics and higher.
I mean, I've been getting a lot of instant back and forth.
Okay.
And I don't work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very valid point. I did not.
Is that smoke shop open?
Yes, sir. All right, man.
Yeah. I do like these
Where are we
better
hurting?
because they can
Seems to be
because I know I did
hurting
not
right now.
smoke 5,000 cups out of that skull and work as cups. I know I did not smoke 5,000 cups. But I know everything yeah, I do need that I wouldn't know how much they would sell it. Yeah, it's a rotten note. That is for sure. But there's a few things. But I do want to get a whole bunch of pinto beans.
Well, looking
and
around the
like
scene
some
here
mac
and
cheese
where
I don't
she's
have to put
laying,
milk,
it's very
put a little
unlikely
bit
that
of
she
water in
fell
it, put it in the
from,
microwave,
say,
I'm
the
done.
roof up there or anything like that.
Yeah,
So I
that's
would
what
say the
I've been
likely
eating right
reasoning
now.
here would be a
I
simple
mean,
either loss of
all
blood
I gotta do
sugar,
is just go
or
back
it could
off
also
the
possibly
spoon
be
and boom.
a lack of fluid
Clean.
hydration.
And then I could
Check
take-
vitals.
It's
You can
been
always
a
check
lot
vitals and
easier.
see what blood sugar is looking like. Get the numbers on that,
Yeah,
and if the blood sugar
try
is looking
hot
fine,
dogs
then
down
we
there
can
too.
lean
All
towards.
the I bought, I mean, I know definitely downstairs I did owe him a little bit of money because helping me out there when I told him I'm paying the place at the car. So yeah, it may cost
I thought you were unconscious. How are you talking?
a couple of maybe 3. And I've been we've been helping out each other, so he does
Given
get
everything with the
himself some
scene,
peace. I do
nothing
want to pay
really
him back.
is around the area, so I would say that this is going to be due to a blood sugar drop.
That's all back. And all he wants is a report card. Hey, the fact that we do that, be like,
sugar. What kind of medical treatment do we get for that? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you've administered the IV with the blood bag, and now you just wait a second or two for your patient to regain consciousness.
All right, ma'am.
She is going to wake up. Shit.
Ma'am, are you with us?
I have something that can knock her out if we want.
I will put a bullet in your foot.
Not if you're knocked out.
I'll find you.
Okay, so your patient has regained consciousness and is now responsive and understands what's going on. What would you do from here?
Something like blood sugar dropping. It would be something to talk to the patient, possibly transfer to the hospital, see what the cause of the blood sugar dropping, unless the patient has a history of it and they're already aware of it.
Okay, that is correct. Yes, but in this case, you've got a patient that already has a broken limb. That's an automatic trip to the hospital anyways.
Oh yeah.
So at this point, if she's alert and conscious and aware, I would load her into the ambulance and get her to the hospital.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Excellent job. Anybody
Good job,
have
David. Hell yeah.
anybody have any questions about broken bones?
No, sir.
Sorry
about that.
No, you're good. Okay. So the next one.
Boss, I got
Yes,
about
sir.
20 more minutes and I gotta go do something. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine. That's good. You know almost all of this anyway, so
Yeah.
Give him to me. We'll see if he really knows it.
Oh, come on now.
I'm not overly worried about you. No, I appreciate you.
Let the new guys get some training. We're good.
I appreciate you being here to help out, though.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Thank you
I
very
mean, I
much.
was looking, I could still hear so I could still hear a little bit of it.
Okay. So the next tab is bruising. That's pretty much self-explanatory. I don't think I have to go through that too in depth unless anybody has some questions. You basically place an ice pack on, if need be, secure it with a bandage.
I do know about some bruising.
Okay.
I dealt with bruising.
Okay. The patient does not, at this point, require transportation to the hospital. Leave them with instructions on how to do the ice pack, 10 minutes on, 20 minutes off, blah, blah, blah. That's to avoid getting frostbite. If swelling and the bruising does not go down within a couple days, then that's a patient that should take themselves back to the hospital and just be checked out by a doctor as a just in case there's something else going on. Bruises are pretty, for the most part, self-explanatory. Does anybody have any questions about broken bones or bruising?
No, sir.
No, but I'm gonna go pee in your fire tower real quick.
Wow.
Okay. On that note, actually, let's take a quick 5-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to go over burns. Okay.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
All right. I will see everybody back here in 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right.
You're not gonna go watch your pee, are you? I'm just wondering, though. I thought you was gonna run back over there.
That's what I thought he was going to do. when I was a volunteer, I dealt with pregnancy. That was horrible. I dealt
Oh
with
my
quite
god,
a
I was
few
gone for
other
not
things.
even 3 minutes. Calm down.
You're not at work. You can stand up. We're on break time.
Yeah, I dealt with bruising. I dealt with a little bit of stroke.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me? No, this one sounds ugly. I'm out of here.
Room up here. I think about using the training room.
Just the reaction I was hoping for.
Russian bastard.
Yes, yes. It's rough life. That's why you never meet any weak Russian.
I don't know, I met you.
No, fuck that.
You love me, Gunnar.
He was real quiet.
Like the sister you never wanted.
Yeah, there's a whole ass training room up there. We should be up there doing it.
Well, we can start off of it.
I mean, it's like there's like desks and chairs and like a place for like people to rot and shit. You know, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any place for you to lay down on the floor though. Might not be.
Nope, she's going to time out.
I'm out. Yeah, look, this is shit.
I'm free!
Get her!
Okay. Where the hell did she
Fast,
go?
man. She's too fast.
Ah! She's way too fast. Is she knocking her ass down? Ah!
Nope, not you.
Ow!
Who's this guy over here?
That's the fishing guy.
That's Fisher Joe.
No, it's not Fisher Joe, is it?
Yeah, that's Fisher Joe.
I thought
Yeah, I
Fisher Joe
wanna
was the
shoot
white
him.
guy.
Nope, that's Fisher Joe.
Damn, I've been wondering where the goddamn fishing spot is. You buy a
This is-
fucking fishing pole.
Said joint tournament, man. You got like a tournament or whatever.
I didn't even know. Ah, damn. I don't. Where do you guys buy a damn fishing pole?
Right to her back. Look at her.
Yeah, that's why I'm married.
Damn!
Not saying shit.
Hey, I see a little bit of blood. You good?
All right, everybody back and ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to talk about burns. Okay? Very basic burn is a first degree. Basically, the skin is either red or it's starting to look a bit like a blister. Those are very simple. All you do is apply the burn cream, put a nice gauze bandage over top of the burn, and change the bandage every few hours and keep checking on the burn as necessary. Very simple. We've all dealt with those. Okay. Second degree burns. There's a definite blister there. Sometimes the blister starts to pop open. Okay. Again, you do essentially the same thing, except if it's an open wound, you be careful not to get any of the burn cream inside the wound because that is going to cause problems. Okay. When in doubt, transport that patient to the hospital so the doctor can double check the burns and ensure that there's no further damage and nothing else is going on. Okay. Third degree burns. These basically, they're very bad. It's a very open wound. There is skin missing. There's extensive tissue damage. There's more than likely nerve damage. Depending on the severity of the burn itself, sometimes you can actually visually see bone inside of the wound. Those you want to cover in a burn dressing. Okay, it's a different type of bandage. It's a moist bandage, so it does not stick to skin. You want to wrap the wound in the burn bandage. Okay. Start IV fluids to keep the patient hydrated. Add a little bit of pain medicine in there for some management because that patient is going to be in excruciating pain with a third degree burn. And you want to get them to the hospital as quickly as possible because they need a doctor and more than likely need to be into surgery. Now, with burns, there is one big thing. If you have to remove some of the patient's clothing in order to access the burn site to treat it, if any of the patient's clothing happens to be sticking to the skin or sticking to the burn site itself, that is where you immediately stop. You do not remove that clothing. That clothing now needs to be removed in an operating room by a surgeon. Otherwise, you are going to create a lot more problems than you are already dealing with this particular patient.
Debried.
Yes. Are there any questions so far about burns?
Would it be possible to cut clothing around the stuck area to further remove it? Like
Yes.
the part that is stuck, cut that part off of the original piece of clothing and just leave that small portion attached?
You can do that, yes, but be extremely careful in doing that. If in doubt, don't bother doing that. Let them do it in the operating room.
No.
And by that I mean if by trying to cut off the excess clothing around the site, you start pulling on that wound and creating more problems, just immediately stop and let them do it in the operating room.
All right.
Okay. Third degree burns is an automatic trip to the hospital. No ifs, ands, or buts. That patient needs to be seen by a surgeon immediately and more than likely is going immediately into surgery.
Will, thank you for that follow.
Thank you, Will.
Appreciate you, Will. You're a homie.
Will, you are the man. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated, Will. Hell yeah, buddy.
That's a homie for you right there. Fuck, I can't.
Well, I think it's spelled L-I-L.
Let's all give one for Will.
Y-Y-Y-Y. I don't really know how to pronounce that damn name. I just call it person Will.
You the man. Thanks for that follow. Yeah.
All right.
Game face. Game face.
Right.
Game face.
Your turn, sir. You run across this patient on the scene. What would you do?
It's burns, yeah?
Yes.
I don't know. You know what it is? Have you identified it yet?
Hey, can you hear me? Alright, my name is Brad. I'm gonna take care of you, okay? I'm just gonna check you over, see what kind of injuries you got, okay? Alright, seems like you have quite a bit of burn. I gotta check to see what type of burns you got. Alright,
Okay, so you're burned pretty much all over your body, but it's mostly the arms and the upper chest. I'm gonna get those covered, okay?
Nah, Blake, I'm gonna have to take off, man. I apologize.
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna cover you in burn dressing, okay?
You know, if you got any notes or
Just
anything
putting
like
it
that,
on the arms, upper chest, and a little bit on your legs, okay?
Alright, cool. Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate it. Like, if you guys
Have you identified what degree of burns they are?
I have not. That's why I put the burn dressing on first before I examined any more.
Well, do you want to put burn dressing on 3rd-degree burn?
You also want to put it on 2nd-degree burn.
Sorry, what's the issue here?
Nothing. I just asked if he's identified what degree the burns are.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, it looks like you have some burn pits by your hands. Alright, so after I put the burn dressing on you, I'm going to just check to see what type of degree burns you have. Seems like you have major burn marks in your arms and your upper chest, but I still have to determine. Okay, it looks like you have 3rd-degree burns in your hands, and you have a little bit of 3rd and 2nd on your arms, along with 2nd on your chest. I'm just going to start IV. I'm going to put the IV right in your arm. Actually, I'm going to put the IV in your leg.
Perfect.
There you go.
Now, let's hang on for one quick second here.
I have a quick question after you're done, sir.
Okay. Everybody else, why didn't he place the IV in her arm?
That would be because she already has burns on her arm, so if it would have been it would have hurt a lot worse if he put the IV in her arm than
Okay, so basically to boil it down, you don't want to put an IV into an already injured area in this case. So starting the IV in another vein on a clear area of her body where there isn't an injury is basically the protocol here.
Wouldn't it also reduce chance of putting patient into shock by giving body chance to warm up fluid to normal temperature?
Yes, 100%. Okay, keep going. Sorry about that.
It's alright. I'm going to secure the dressing. Cool you a little bit. I'm just going to pull on the upper part of your chest strap by your neck, just make sure there's no sticking. Just trying to see if it's sticking at all. Alright, looks like it's stuck a little bit, so it looks like you do have a little bit of 3rd-degree burns on your chest. I'm just going to apply the dressing right to your chest. IVs are in. I cannot push pain meds because I am not Paramedic Plus.
That doesn't apply right now, like I said earlier. Don't worry about it. That can be part of the IV fluids that you administered.
Okay. Patient is ready for transport.
Okay, load her up, take her to the hospital, blah, blah, blah. Good to go. Okay, any questions?
Question, since patient would probably be transported on backwood, correct? Or no?
Yes, yes.
Would you want to apply burned cream and dressings to backboard to
Yes.
prevent that from sticking?
Yes.
If you feel in the situation it's yet necessary, yes. Also, like as a side caveat, if you really want to get into it, what I would do IRL in this situation as well is I would jack up the air conditioning in the ambulance and I would open all the windows, because the slightest hint of heat is going to cause this patient to be in excruciating pain. You want to keep her environment as cool as possible at that moment, in order to keep her as comfortable as possible. Yes, Alex.
Y'all forgot one thing.
Okay.
Since
What
it's
did
a
I
chest
miss?
and arm burn, you don't want to put on an O2 mask because there is a risk to the lungs. So you're going to want to high flow oxygen as much as you can.
You're absolutely correct. Okay, and a quick word about oxygen while we're talking about it real quickly here. And I should have mentioned this before, but this is work in progress. Work in progress. It 99% of the time, it can never ever hurt to give a patient oxygen. Okay. As a matter of fact, sometimes giving the patient oxygen isn't necessarily to make sure that their body is getting enough. But if you have a patient that is, how should I put this, in extreme pain or is very agitated and worked up in a traumatic situation, which is natural, put them on oxygen, because what that does is it forces them to breathe properly. And by doing that, to get them to the point where they're breathing properly, taking deep breaths, letting it out, all of that, it actually decreases their pain a little bit. Just by the fact that you've got them to be breathing properly. Partially because now they're concentrating on something else other than the pain that they're currently in. Okay? So it can never ever hurt any patient to just put them on oxygen. It's totally 100% your call based on the situation. When in doubt, honestly, just give them oxygen. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
I was waiting for it and then it never happens.
Yeah, I even slipped my mind on that one. I don't know why. I'm rusty. Okay. Cardiac arrest. This one's a little bit complicated, but I am going to try and simplify this for you. Okay. Again, the first thing you start with is the ABCs, like with any situation. Ensure this patient's airway is clear. Check to see if they are breathing or not, and check to see if they have a pulse. If a patient has a pulse, you do not ever administer CPR. You will harm and or potentially kill that patient by performing CPR on somebody that already has a pulse. Do not do it. CPR is only performed on patients that do not have a pulse. Is there any questions about that? Okay.
No, sir.
No, sir.
So for CPR, once you recognize that the patient's airway is open, they are not breathing on their own, and they do not have a pulse. Okay? The first thing you're going to do is put an oxygen mask on the patient. You want to ensure that they are getting some form of oxygen, because if they are not, their brain will die if they are not receiving oxygen. Okay? That's why you hear some patients that, well, they have gone into cardiac arrest, yes, and they were able to be resuscitated. The patient is now clinically brain dead because their brain was not receiving enough oxygen during the resuscitation process. Okay? So it's important that you at least attempt to mitigate that by making sure they have oxygen attached to them and are receiving some form. Okay? Now, CPR consists of 30 compressions, 2 breaths, check pulse. If the patient does not have a pulse, you resume again. Another 30 compressions, 2 breaths, check pulse. Okay. You can use what's called epinephrine. Okay. It's basically adrenaline. It helps to get the heart going again. Okay. It says in the procedures here that you should use it after almost every round of compressions. I say use it after every 2. You don't want to use it after every single round because that is a lot of adrenaline that you are pumping through a patient, and that can cause a lot more problems once you get this patient to start breathing on their own and get their heart beating on its own. Okay, so try and use the epinephrine after every second round. Okay.
So you want it done on the even numbers?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So you've gone through 3 rounds of compressions. Okay. Patient is still not responsive. Heart is not beating on its own. That's when you go in your bag and you'll pull out your AED. It's got 2 leads on it. One goes to the upper chest around the heart, and the other lead, if I remember correctly, goes onto the patient's side. Okay. You're going to turn this on, and it is going to assess the patient, and it's going to tell you whether this patient needs to be shocked or whether to just continue with CPR. Okay? If the patient needs to be shocked, you make sure everybody has absolutely no physical contact with the patient at that moment, and you press the button and you administer a shock to the patient, which is going to attempt to jumpstart their heart, much like jumpstarting a car battery. If you are in contact with that patient when that shock is administered, you're not going to like it. You make sure you announce that everybody needs to clear. You wait for everybody to remove any contact that they physically have with the patient, and then you administer the shock. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a second or a third patient on your hands, and you really do not want that. Okay, any questions so far?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Once the patient's heart starts beating again, you load them up, you transport them to hospital. Now, if after 6 rounds of CPR, the patient is still unresponsive, you load the patient into the ambulance, you keep administering CPR while you are transporting them to the hospital code 3. Because time is of the essence. This patient needs to be in the hospital and seeing a doctor immediately. And then they will assess whether to pronounce the patient as deceased or whether they are able to get this patient's heart restarted again. Okay? For CPR, whether you can get the patient's heartbeat coming back and get them breathing on their own or not, this is a major cardiac incident. This requires transportation to the hospital no matter what. Even if you get the patient back, they need to see a physician because there is obviously something seriously wrong with this patient, and they need to investigate why this happened and what exactly happened and how they can treat this patient going forward. Is there any questions so far about CPR?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Everybody understands this?
Yes.
So how many rounds of CPR do you do on a patient?
The 6 without pulse before transport.
So 6 at the scene. Continue CPR on the ambulance.
Yes. Okay.
And if you are on scene alone, what do you do for transporting purposes?
Okay. If you are by yourself, and there is nobody else around you, there is no PD on duty, you don't have fire backup, you don't have a supervisor, you don't have another medic somewhere in the state that can come help you or anything, you hook up what is called a TENS unit. It is a great big machine that you place over the patient's chest, and it is going to do compressions for you while you are transporting this patient to the hospital and turning them over to the medical team at the hospital. Okay? If you have somebody else available that can be with you or is on scene, you get, and in this case, I don't care who it is. It's whoever is available. It does not matter. Whether it's a PD officer or another SAFR personnel or another medic or one of the command or myself, it does not matter. You get somebody to drive your ambulance for you so that you can be in the back and continue working on this patient until you arrive at a medical facility.
I do have a question. They have a friend with them, with the fusion. Would that be a thing or
No. You are not going to let a civilian drive your ambulance. In that case, you would do what I stated previously. You would hook up the machine to do automatic compressions for you so that you can drive and get this patient to a medical facility. Speaking of medical facilities, as you have probably noticed, we have 3 available to us. No matter the call, you go to whichever one is closest to you. If you're closest to Sandy, then you take whatever patient you have to Sandy Medical. If you're closest to Paleto, you take it to Paleto. If you're in the city and you're closest to Pillbox, then you go to Pillbox. It doesn't matter where you take the patients to, as long as you are getting them to the closest medical facility to your location.
Here's a good question for you that's probably SOP based.
Okay.
What if there is somebody else in the scene that's just a civilian, but you recognize that they're an off-duty medic?
Then you can use that person if you so desire, because that's a person that is licensed, is a government employee, has been trained, and knows the particular specifics of the rules and regulations involved in driving that particular vehicle. That I don't mind whatsoever. As long as that person is driving the vehicle, not treating the patient. If you are off duty, you are not legally covered to treat a patient. You can get in a world of shit, and we can get the living hell sued out of us for that. Pretty please, do not do that.
Understood.
Is everybody good?
I am very sorry if anyone tried to talk to me. I was very, very deep in thought.
No, you're good. You're good. Does anybody have any questions about CPR?
No, sir.
None at this time.
You gentlemen are good as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on. That next one, you are going to blatantly ignore that and forget it's even there. That is a whole bunch of posturing and dick waving that I want no fucking part of.
Which
We'll
one?
come up.
What's the word?
Cricothyrotomy.
Oh, cricothyrotomy.
Yes. We're not even going to bother with that. We will come up with something that is much more basic for everybody to use as a procedure for later on. If you take a quick look at that, you can tell it's written by somebody that was overcompensating for other issues.
so I never
Okay.
done that.
Thank God I did not want to trade today.
Yeah. We will come up with a
I never
much
even done
simpler.
that when I was volunteering. So
Okay. We will.
You wouldn't have.
We will come up with something much more basic and much more easier for everybody to understand, SAFR and public alike. But for right now, you're going to totally ignore that. Just reading it, you can tell it's nothing but overcompensating bullshit. Okay, so that particular tab, feel free to throw it in the trash bin and never look at it again.
Come a bandage.
Wait. Why do you need bandage?
Tackling you hurts.
Yes, because you can't even tackle right. I don't even need
I'll
band-aid.
beat you. I don't care.
In words of our instructor, you tackle like bitch.
Oh goddamn!
Oh, look, the sky. It looks so beautiful tonight.
You see this holster on my hip?
The empty one? Yes.
I don't know if it's empty. It doesn't look very empty.
The sky looks very beautiful tonight. Doesn't it look very beautiful?
Apparently, I've
Yep.
been a bad influence on Gunnar, and he's taken my fuck around and find out shenanigans to a whole other level.
Very pretty sky view.
I don't have a silencer on it, so the cops would show up, and I'm not here for that.
Diaries in medical bag.
Yeah? You raised me a medical bag.
Yes.
I raised you a transport.
God damn!
Oh, damn. Holy 1990.
Oh, for fuck's sake! God damn it! I fucking love you. All right. Any questions on anything that we've covered so far?
How do we treat verbal burns?
Suck it up, bitch.
Stop being such a pussy.
I was asking for you. It looked like you needed one after your 1990 experience.
God damn.
I don't know about you, but I had fun in the 90s. I'm sorry that you live, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up.
All right.
All I got to say is McDonald's in the 90s was lit.
We're
The fuck yeah, ball pit all the way.
Yes, it was. I love the ball pit.
All right. We're going to start going through this a little bit quicker here,
Alright.
because this is taking longer than I had originally intended, but it is what it is. We're it's a work in progress, like I said. So dehydration. It's real simple. Your patient needs fluids. Whether that's you give the patient a couple bottles of water, or in extreme cases, you start an IV on that patient and hang out with them for 10, 15 minutes while the IV finishes, to get the patient the fluids that they require so they're not dehydrated. Okay? Very simple. One of the easiest ones that you will come across. If after giving fluids, the patient is still showing signs of struggling and being dehydrated, then by all means, if you think it's appropriate, transport the patient to the hospital so they can just be double checked by a doctor to make sure everything is indeed okay. Okay. Any questions about that?
Negatory.
No, sir.
Okay. DOAs. The policy on this is hopefully going to be changing. We are currently talking about this. The way it's set up now, SAFR personnel does the autopsies. I don't like that. I want that to change. I would prefer to have all of you on the street able to answer calls as opposed to spending an hour and a half, 2 hours doing an autopsy on the patient that technically and theoretically you shouldn't be doing in the first place. So for right now, it's going to stay as is, where unfortunately, if you have a patient that is deceased, that you have to go through the paperwork that's outlined in that section and do the autopsy report into the MDT. But just know we are working towards getting that policy changed. Okay? Are there any questions about that?
No, sir.
If you actually look in your MDT, there was a DOA not that long ago that Gunnar had to that Gunnar told me about.
Yeah, I was there for that one.
Okay. Like I say, personally, I want that policy to change. I feel that we should have a medical examiner who is on call and has the ability to perform autopsies. It makes us look more legitimate, especially if it's a wrongful death case and it ends up going to court. a judge would rather talk to a licensed medical examiner who performed the autopsy as opposed to a paramedic that had to perform the autopsy. And plus, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I would much rather have all of you available on the street to be answering calls as opposed to being stuck in a hospital for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, however long it takes, performing an autopsy. Are there any questions about that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
None at time.
Okay. We're going to go over a drowning real quick here. Okay. You get the patient onto dry land. Okay. You double check their airway. More than likely, that airway is going to be full of water for obvious reasons. What you do is you roll the patient over onto their left side. Okay. That is going to naturally open the airway. The patient will begin expelling the fluids on their own via their mouth. And then when the fluids are going, a vast majority of the time, the patient will start breathing on their own again. Okay? If they're not breathing, that's when you hook them up to the oxygen. You tilt their head back, you put the breathing mask over their mouth, and you perform a few rescue breaths, which should hopefully get the patient breathing on their own. Now, if the patient is not breathing and also has no pulse, that's when you perform the CPR, but only once those fluids have been expelled from the patient and the airway open. Okay? So the first step, no matter what, is to make sure with a drowning patient that their airway is open. Like I said, if you need to, you start performing CPR, which we talked about. Once you get that patient's pulse back and you get them breathing on their own, you transport them to the hospital. Okay, a drowning almost always requires a trip to the hospital. That's not one of those things where you're just going to release a patient on scene. It's a major traumatic incident. They need to be checked out. Are there any questions about drowning?
No, sir.
No, sir.
And I have none at time.
Okay. Drug ODs. More than likely, when you come up on an OD, that's a patient that is going to be not breathing and have no pulse, which means, like always, in that case, what do you do if a patient's not breathing and has no pulse?
Make sure airways open and start CPR.
Perfect. Okay. What you also do at that time is you administer an injection of Narcan. Okay. There's a couple ways that you can do this. If you already, for whatever reason, have an IV line hooked up to the patient, you can inject the Narcan into the IV line. Otherwise, you stick the needle in the patient's chest. Okay. Narcan, in a way, acts a lot like adrenaline. That patient is going to be revived very, very quickly. They're going to be very disoriented. They're going to be very concerned, confused, and unaware. And you deal with that as appropriate. Okay? You monitor that patient's airway and breathing. You get them on a backboard with fluids if required, and you get them to the hospital. They have to be checked out by a physician because an OD, again, is a major traumatic incident that has to be checked out because there could be either no damage to that patient as a result, or there could be severe damage to that patient as a result. There could be heart damage, there could be brain damage, there could be lung damage, anything is possible. OD patients always, always, always are transported to the hospital. Is there any questions about that?
None at
No,
the
sir.
time.
Okay, falls we basically went over when we were doing the broken bones, applying a splint, and how you assess. Okay, you check for various injuries, treat as necessary. If it's a head or neck injury that's suspected, always, like I stated earlier, C-collar and backboard. You want to stabilize that patient's neck and stabilize their head so they do not injure themselves any further and have more damage created. Are there any questions about falls?
No, sir.
And I have a question about C-collar versus head blocks. What is your official opinion on when to use head block?
Honestly, I use them both. Because in that case, when you're dealing with a potential neck trauma or head trauma, there's no such thing as too safe. So I personally apply the C-collar, and then when they are on the backboard or on the stretcher, I apply the head blocks onto either side of their head as a just in case to further ensure that that area is secured and will not be damaged further.
Alright.
Any other questions about falls and C-collars?
No, sir.
Okay. GSWs. To simplify things for right now, I'm going to say that a GSW is, for the most part, treated exactly the same as if you had somebody with a stab wound. Okay, so we're going to sort of put the two of them together for this, just for the purposes of getting through this training. Okay. The first thing with a GSW that you want to do is you want to check the patient over. You want to know whether it is a through and through injury or whether that bullet is still lodged inside the patient. Just like with a stab wound, you want to know if that implement is still stuck inside the patient or if it's just an open wound. Okay? If the implement is still stuck inside the patient or if a bullet is still in there, you want to be very, very careful about how you are wrapping that wound, because in the incident of a stab wound, you do not want to move that implement around even a millimeter because you can create further damage. You can now nick an artery and you're in for a world of trouble. You want to do your absolute best to bandage around the area and cover the wound without moving that weapon that was used to stab them. The same theory basically applies to a gunshot wound where the bullet is still inside the patient. Yes, you want to close up that wound with a pressure dressing, but you want to be very careful doing so. You do not want to apply enough pressure on there that you move that bullet around inside the patient. That will be very, very bad. That needs to be done in an operating room because, as I said earlier, there's a million things that can go wrong. You can nick an artery or anything, and now you are with a patient that has an arterial bleed, and you have a world of problems that you did not have before. Okay, so you want to be very, very careful. Okay. You want to clean out the wound as best you can with fluids and apply a pressure dressing to close it so that nothing else goes into that wound and you are able to control the bleeding until you can get that patient to a medical facility. Okay. Administer fluids, administer oxygen as needed, transport the patient. Okay. If it's a through and through injury, or like with a gunshot wound, if there's if there are two injury sites because the bullet entered and exited the body, you bandage and close with a pressure dressing both wounds, and you get that patient to the hospital because they are more than likely going to need to be checked over to make sure there's not internal injuries, and they're most definitely going to need stitches to close the wound. Okay, are there any questions?
Now, if are you able to use
Sorry? No. All you do is close it with a pressure dressing. Okay? Some wounds you will need to pack to control the bleeding. If it's in, say, an arm or a leg or an appendage, you may need to pack that wound a little bit before you close it with a pressure dressing to control the bleeding. However, in saying that, if you have a patient with a chest wound, anywhere on their torso, whether it's lower abdomen, upper chest, or anything, you absolutely do not pack that wound ever. You close it with a pressure dressing and you go code 3 to the hospital because that patient needs to be in surgery. Okay, if you pack a chest wound, you're asking for a lot of problems. So just don't do it. You can pack the wound if it's in an arm, if it's in a leg, almost anywhere else on the body. In the chest, never, ever, ever pack that wound. Are there any questions about that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Head trauma. Okay. Chances are there is a very good chance this patient is going to be confused and unaware. This is an injury where if your patient is conscious, you really need to be talking to your patient because that is going to tell you a lot. Okay? Is the patient conscious and awake? Yes. Okay? If they are, you go on to check and see if the patient is coherent. If they are, then you check for, are they having any sensations, numbness, tingling, blah, blah, blah. If the patient is not awake or conscious, or aware or coherent, you need to apply a C-collar to the patient, get them on the backboard, apply the head blocks, start fluids, give that patient oxygen so that you can make sure that that patient's brain is getting the proper amount of oxygen it requires, and get that patient to the hospital because they have a major head trauma. Okay? That is called a severe head injury or a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. That is a patient that needs medical attention and needs it fast. Okay? If the patient is awake, you check and see if they're coherent. Do they understand where they are? Can they answer your questions? Are they confused? Do they know what day it is? Do they know where they are? Blah, 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 blah. With that, when in doubt, transport them to the hospital anyway, because it's still, to me, it's still a head injury and that should be checked out. It's a big deal, contrary to what some people think. To me, all head injuries are major, and that patient should be looked at by a medical professional. Okay? When in doubt, even if you think it's a quote unquote minor head injury, I personally still C-collar and backboard and head block, just to ensure that you're not doing any more damage before that patient sees a medical professional at the hospital. Okay? Like I say, for me personally, all head injuries go to the hospital. Are there any questions about that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Chest pains or signs of a heart attack. Immediately, if this is a patient that's still conscious and aware, oxygen, give nitro spray in the mouth or place an aspirin tablet underneath their tongue. Constantly check vitals every couple minutes and get that patient to the hospital. Okay. it could be a minor heart attack. It could be the start of a heart attack, and they're just starting to show the signs. It doesn't matter. That is a major incident. That patient needs to be in a medical facility as fast as possible. Okay. Any questions about that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Blood sugar we went through earlier. I'm not going to go over that again. We talked about it. We talked about basically intubation. Okay. For the most part, it doesn't need to be as complex as that is. When in doubt, if you have a patient that is not responding and you feel needs to be intubated so that they're getting the proper oxygen and everything that they require, it doesn't need to be as complex as it is laid out there. That again is just posturing and overcompensating. Basically what it is you tilt the patient's head back so that their mouth and airway open. You slide the tube down their throat and you attach a breathing mask to that patient that is going to force oxygen into that patient's lungs to make them start breathing on their own properly or to help them breathe. If a patient is intubated, that is an automatic trip to the hospital. That patient needs to see a doctor in a medical facility. Okay?
You want to spray me up with
Yes.
some numbing shit and give him a. Show him how it's done?
Yeah, we can do that real quick. So this patient I've determined needs to be intubated. She is unconscious. Okay. So I would tilt her head back. Okay. That is going to, like I said, open her mouth and open her airway. Okay. You're going to take the tube that you have. You are going to slide it into her mouth and down her throat. You're going to stop when you can feel the end of the tube getting close to her lungs. Okay? In that case, you're going to grab your breathing apparatus bag. You're going to attach it to the tube, and this is going to breathe for her to help make sure that she is getting the oxygen and everything into her body that at this moment she requires. Okay? You're going to get her onto a backboard and you're going to transport her because this is a patient that needs to be in a trauma center. Okay? It's really quite simple. You're going to hope that your patient is unconscious when you're doing this because if they are conscious, they are not going to like it. Trust me, it is not fucking pleasant at all.
Oh, I know.
Okay, are there any questions about intubation? Again, like I said, I'm trying to keep this as basic as possible. Okay. All right.
No question.
Perfect. Starting an IV. Okay, you grab all the equipment that you're going to need. The area, yes. What's up?
Oh, I'm just giving you my arm.
Oh, okay. You're going to clean the area where you are going to be inserting the IV into a vein. Okay. You want to make sure that it's disinfected so that this patient is not going to get an infection at that particular site. Okay. Once you get a hold of the vein, you're going to grab the end of the IV that's got the needle on it, and you're going to slowly and carefully insert this into the patient's vein. When you can feel it in there, you're going to attach the tubes to the IV. You're going to hook the tubes up to the medication bag, and presto, voila, This patient is now receiving the medicated fluids that they require in this particular situation. We're just going to leave it that simple. You're going to secure the IV with your medical tape so it does not pull around and it does not pull out of the patient's vein. You want it to stay in there so they keep getting the medication that they require. And then you're going to go on with your scene as necessary. Okay? Any questions about inserting an IV?
No, sir.
Okay, the next section is medications. We're going to keep it incredibly simple. You can give medications. You don't have to be 100% specific. Again, going back to the whole reason that I stated earlier, we want people to be willing and eager to interact with us. We do not want to be making them feel confused and overwhelmed. Okay? We're going to be going by, particularly at the beginning here, the KISS method. We're going to keep it simple. Okay? So for medications, I would just keep it for right now, like I've been saying throughout this whole training session. We're just going to give you an IV with some fluids here. This is going to help make you feel better. We're just going to keep it that basic and that simple for right now. When we get to the point as a SAFR faction where we have the proper roster, we have the credibility and all of that we're lacking right now in this city, then we will go ahead and possibly pursue the idea of maybe getting doctors and nurses into the hospital, blah, blah, blah. When that time comes, they can get technical because that's what they indeed would do. For right now, as SAFA personnel and particularly as medics, we're going to keep it very basic and very simple. Okay, so like I say, I wouldn't worry too much about specific drugs right now. We will cross that bridge when it comes. But right now, keep it very basic. We're just going to hook you up to an IV with some fluids that are going to help you feel better. Is there any questions about? Okay. Mental health. We are not going to go too far into this one because as far as I'm concerned, me and the chiefs need to actually sit down about this and have many conversations, which are going to include the PD as well. Because I don't think for myself, and again, this is just me talking right now because we haven't actually sat down as a command and discussed this. I don't think medics should be declaring people as a 5150 or in medical distress or anything like that. That should be coming from a certified medical professional. But we will cross that bridge later on when we have to. For right now, I would say use the best tool that you all have in your medical bag. Now, in saying that, I'm going to ask this question. What do each one of you think the best tool that you have in your medical bag is?
Which one?
Does anybody know what your most valuable tool is in your medical bag?
That's a good question.
Okay, here's how I see it. And this applies to every single situation. The most valuable tool that you have and the best tool that you could ever possibly use, no matter the situation with your patients and no matter with the scene, your voice. Talk to your patient. If you have a patient that you feel is in some medical distress or is feeling anxious or worked up and all of that, use your voice. calmly talk to your patient. Help them to calm down, relax, breathe properly, and get to the bottom of what the issue is. Okay? Worst comes to worst, you calmly help that patient to the hospital and you check them in to see one of the local doctors, and they will assess the patient because they are the professional at that. They have the training that we don't. We have the basics, which is perfectly fine. And that's another reason why I say the best tool that you have at your disposal as Safford personnel is your voices. Calmly talk to your patient and help them relax. Are there any questions about mental health cases right now?
No, sir.
Everybody's good with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seizures. There are a lot of misconceptions about seizures out there. First thing you do if you come across a patient that is having a seizure, do not restrain them. You will do further harm to them and you will do further harm to yourself. You try and protect them as much as you possibly can, but you ride the seizure out. Okay? When the seizure ends, you start an IV, and to be specific here for one time, and I don't expect you to be this specific on the scene, but you give them Ativan. And what that will do is help control and prevent the seizures in the meantime so that you can get that patient to the hospital. Okay? If a seizure starts up again, you do the exact same thing. You ride it out. You give your patient oxygen because during a seizure, you do not breathe. Okay? So you want to make sure that if this is a seizure patient, they're getting the oxygen that they require to their brain so that there is not further complications and further damage. Okay? You give them oxygen. You give an IV to control the seizures if necessary. You get the patient on a stretcher, get them in your ambulance, and transport them to the hospital so they can be seen again by a medical professional and assessed and find out what is going on and what is the reason why they are having seizures. Okay?
Also, for if you don't mind me butting in, Cap.
Nope.
Also for seizures too, if they are laying flat on their back and they start having a seizure, make sure you turn them on their side.
Yes, I forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
You always want to put them on your side because I have seizures myself. So.
Okay.
Turn them on the side and also time how long the seizure is. And also keep a note as well of how long it is between seizures if a seizure is to continue or they have multiple in a time frame.
Are there any more questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Shock. There can be many, many reasons. It could be through pain that a patient will go in shock. Patients have gone into shock with a broken arm because they're in so much pain. That's how their body handles it. There could be multiple reasons. The signs can be confusing. A patient could be pale. They could be sweating profusely. They could have a very rapid or racing pulse. The treatment is simple. Get the patient on oxygen, start IV fluids, monitor them, and get them to a medical facility. Okay? Are there any questions about briefly covering shock?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. A stabbing, we basically went over that with GSWs. The number one rule, again, which I probably didn't stress enough earlier, when you're dealing with a stabbing, If that instrument is still located in the patient, do not remove it. Leave
We've
it
all
there.
we've all seen the movies where the main character will pull out the knife and suddenly they feel a lot better. No, that is not real life.
Do not ever, under any circumstance, do that. That implement needs to be removed in an operating room because you have absolutely no idea what is going on in there.
Can anyone tell me why keeping that said object that stabbed a person is the best option for them besides Gunnar?
Because you never know what it's hit or what it's around or what organ it could be leaning up against or move.
I would say it's keeping it's first of all keeping everything in place, but the second you pull that knife out, they're just gonna bleed out. So that knife just becomes their lifeline.
Yes, Gunnar?
Bingo!
No, I was pointing because that was the answer I was giving.
Yep,
The
excellent.
second you pull the knife out, the chance of death dramatically increases.
You want to do that in a controlled environment. Being on scene in a fucking parking lot when you stumble across an individual that has been stabbed and still has the implement stuck inside them is not a controlled enough environment to remove said object from the patient. You need to be in an operating room where if the shit hits the fan, you have the equipment and the supplies and the team that can deal with it rapidly. Are there any questions about stabbings?
I have a question.
Yep.
So what happens when you get that one patient who is either drunk or just out of it or whatever, and they pull the weapon out themselves? What would be protocol?
Then you have to deal with it because you obviously can't just leave the patient laying there bleeding out. But when you're writing your run report at the end of the call, once you have that patient transported to the hospital, you make sure and acknowledge that into your report that the patient did this to themselves, and you make sure to get a hold of somebody from command and inform them that that is what happened. So that we are informed and know what's going on. Because if that bastard tries to sue us and take us to court because he injured himself by pulling out said item because he was drunk and disoriented or was feeling macho and ballsy or whatever the case may be, we need a leg to stand on and we need the information available. So if that happens, it has to be indicated in your report and you have to notify a member of command so that we know what to do in that situation.
Understood.
You good with that policy, Chief?
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Stroke. The sign you basically when you come upon a patient that you're even suspecting has had a stroke, you do what's called a FAST exam, which is notated there. And that's, you check what is going on with the patients. So you check their face. Do they have a facial droop, which is a major sign of a stroke? You check their arms. When you're having a stroke, you cannot lift your arm up. And you can't hold it in place once it's been lifted up for you. You check for that. Do they have slurred speech or are unable to form words? Has it been talked to? If there's people around the patient, talk to them. Find out when this all started, how long it's been going on, blah, blah, blah. No matter what, if you suspect a stroke, that patient must, and I can't stress this enough, must be taken to a hospital as rapidly as possible. That is a patient that needs immediate and extensive medical attention. Okay, start an IV with fluids. Can start oxygen again if you feel is necessary, but you get that patient to a medical facility as rapidly as possible. Are there any questions about strokes?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. As far as medical protocols go, that's pretty much it. I know we've dumped a lot on you. This has taken longer than I planned on, and I apologize for that. But again, first time going through it, it's a work in progress. We will get this refined and nailed down better for future academies. Okay. Do you want to run over some fire stuff with them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
God damn
I guess
it.
not. I mean, damn.
What in the...
He
I
asked
mean, you
about
could have just simply
fire
said
stuff,
no.
not fighting.
Yeah.
That, Chief, that was fucking rude. Does this mean, I mean, is this your way of saying the beatings are going to continue until morale improves around here?
No. That was all an accident.
Oh, so you can't control your own bodily functions.
It was a muscle spasm.
Wait, is
Damn,
booty
I
on
wish I
duty
got that on a
encouraged?
good ass clip.
Is which? Sorry?
Booty on duty.
I'm not responsible enough to answer that question. It's going to have to come from the chief.
Booty on duty raises morale.
That's not all it raises.
But
Okay.
the other thing, how could you even tell?
What?
Okay.
the fuck?
When it comes...
Sorry.
Hang on.
Alright, 2 questions. When are you guys going to be pulling out the fire trucks and actually working with them today, like the uniform and everything, or is that going to be a different day?
We're probably going to pull out some vehicles here, I would assume, right away and start going over them and stuff. I assume that's what Chief is going to be doing here.
And number 2, I'm good to keep my clothes on now?
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting the I will get the ladder so that everyone can see. Alright. When it comes to firefighting, there's 3 different aspects of it. There's the engine work, which revolves a lot with pumping water. There's the truck/ladder work, which involves many different moving parts. And I will get into that in a moment. And then there's the rescue side of things, which, again, involves a lot of different moving parts. And a lot of rescue work also helps or works with the medical side of things. With engine work, the main thing you have to look out for is where your hydrants are located, how much water you're going to use, and what type of fire you actually have. Water will not work on many different aspects of firefighting. If you have a... Does everyone remember in science class how they taught you that you can put... How was it put? I was not good with science, so please bear with me. You can put... You have to use the order... No. Okay, never mind. Just forget what I'm saying. I'm sorry. My brain is like all over the place. It's not just point the water onto the fire and boom, it's done. When it comes...
Electric and...
Exactly. So there's 3 different kinds of extinguishers. There's your normal water can, then there's the ABC, and then there's strictly the... I'm blanking on the last one because I haven't used it in forever. Yes, that's it. But however, hey Gunnar,
Yes.
it looks like in my eyes a chunk of your arm is missing from your sleeve.
Really?
Yes.
Same. I'm glad you thought that. Maybe it was just my eyes.
No. I once I saw that. With... I'm trying to find the best words to put it because I've never been an instructor. So please bear with me and I will get better about this. as this is my first time being an instructor. Conditions in a fire building change at a moment's notice. You always have to have a 360 view on everything that you are doing. The biggest one that you have to look out for is closed proximity areas. If you are in an area where it's very closed in and oxygen is not getting into that place, you have to watch out for flashover conditions. And this is where a lot of firefighters do die, is in these flashovers. When you enter a building, you will notice if there is no oxygen coming into the building, you will see that thick line of smoke just start coming closer and closer to you from the ceiling, dropping down closer and closer to your face. That blackness that's above that smoke line, that is extremely, extremely hot. Obviously, I know that sounds kind of stupid, but it is hotter than what you will normally feel. And trust me, you will feel it. When I was in the academy, they put us in a shipping container and burned a bunch of wood. This was their only live burn that they ever did in the academy. And they showed us how a flashover does happen. And when I tell you that once they introduced oxygen into that room, they opened up all the doors to the container. And all you saw was it completely just light up and come right over your head. One of the guys in my academy class, their helmet actually caught on fire from it.
Damn.
With firefighting and with engine work, you have to know exactly what you're doing with how much water you actually want to pump into your engine. And there's also really where you have to look as well. If the hydrant is across the street, you have to make sure that that road is blocked, because if a car goes over that and your hose line breaks and comes apart, you're jeopardizing all your men and women that are inside that building. Because if your tank runs out from the engine itself, you're screwed. Those people are going to be screwed, and they have to now get out of that building. There's always going to be someone on the outside of the fire building that is going to be watching for everything. That is where one of the three chiefs come in, or once we get a fire captain or a fire lieutenant, if they're the only one that's available, they're going to be on the outside running what's called incident command. Whenever you get on a fire scene, a command has to be established, no matter what. You have to give a 360. You have to do a 360 of the building, and you also have to say what kind of building it is, so your units that are driving to the scene know exactly what kind of conditions they are going to. The chief's job on the outside, or the incident commander's job on the outside, is to constantly have a good look of what's going on around them. They are going to be watching for the changing of the smoke. They're going to be watching for how much smoke is coming out of the building. They're going to be watching everything that's going on. Does anyone have any questions so far?
No, sir.
Okay. What I mean by watching the smoke is there's a difference in color on what the fire is actually doing, on how it looks from the smoke from the outside.
Like if the fire is
If the smoke is black, it is the contents on the inside that are burning. If the smoke is brown, that means it's within the structure. that means that that structure is now starting to become unsafe and unwalkable. Sorry, I'm trying to find what I'm trying to say next. Because there's a lot of information that I can give you, and I don't want to give you. I don't want your brains to go like, huh? What?
I didn't know if the fire is like greenish,
Always, whenever you go inside of a fire building, you have to be in at least a crew of 2. Why would I say a crew of 2? Can anyone take a guess? Gunnar.
So if one goes down, somebody else knows where he is or could possibly drag out if needed.
Exactly. The rule of thumb is 2 in, 2 out. Minimum of 2 go in, a minimum of 2 come out.
I do know if the fire is like greenish, it is like a electrical fire.
Okay. Electrical fires. Electrical fires are a different type of animal. Does anyone know how you can tell that there is an electrical fire where you are? There's a very distinct smell.
It has smell of like fish.
I was saying, isn't it like a fish smell?
Exactly. If you smell fish, it's electrical. 100%. What do you mean?
I was doing volunteer with my brother. I did see like different fires, different flame colors and all that. That's for a few years in Havana.
If I'm being honest, in my career, I have only been to one gas fire, and it was very small. And let me tell you this. When I was back east, I had a fire in a residential apartment building, and it was in the basement of the apartment building, and the woman pulled her stove out, and it was a gas stove, pulled her stove out, and ended up snipping the line, and it sparked. It was very hot. Well, open gas line going into the stove. However, thank God, there was only a little bit of smoke, and there wasn't. There was like barely anything. So what we did was we just put water on it. That's really it. That was as little of a gas fire that I've ever been to. There was a lot of smoke inside the building, not a lot of flame. But thank God it wasn't worse than what it could have potentially gone to. All right, engine work. I don't really think I got a whole lot on engine work. To be honest, I'm a truck guy at heart. I would need Assistant Chief Marcus Kane to tell you guys more about engine work than anything else. Engine work I really did not do a whole lot of, so I do apologize for that. And I will be getting hopefully a lot of engine work here soon. Truck work. This is very essential to firefighting. No matter how much what I like to call the hose humpers will tell you. Truck work, you break a lot of shit, and there's a lot of different parts that you do. Whenever you have a fire, you'd want to try and give it oxygen so that it can, well, not give it oxygen, but you want to try and evaporate it as much without, God, I can't find the right wording today. Jesus, I do apologize for this.
Do you want to? You thinking of vent it?
Yeah, yeah, you gotta vent it. You gotta give it a place for it to go out. So what you'll see a lot of firefighters do is get on top of a building and cut a hole open into the roof. One thing I can tell you is never cut open 2 holes over the very peak of a house. Why would I say that?
I know this one.
It probably would, how do I say it? I don't know. Not
You degrade the structural integrity of roof.
yes,
Exactly.
thank you.
You have 2 holes that are on opposite sides of the roof over that truss peak. You are going to destroy that roof because all that hot air is now rushing to get outside. Now you just introduced that escape for that all that fire to go out and all that heat to go out. And what it's doing is it's basically just breaking off, going outside of those holes, and it's heating up that wood. And, well, heating up the gases inside the wood and making it weak. A lot weak. A lot more weak. Jesus, I can't find the right wording. Holy
Weaker.
God. Yeah. Ah, God. Why do I talk? I'm not talking anymore. Okay. Trying to compose myself. Like I said, I've never been much of an instructor. I've only ever helped people out. Like, I've never been an instructor in the academy before. Or in an academy before, so I do apologize for this. With truck work, it works very simultaneously into helping out your engine crew. And it's not only going to be I can't anymore. I really can't. Gunnar, take over for me, please. I'm like tripping up on everything. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, I do not know much of the fire side.
Okay.
But we get through together. You get the idea started, maybe I could finish.
Okay. Truck work, you're going to deal with a lot of. You're going to be the people that are setting up a lot of different entries. You are going to be on. You're going to be on the primary search. You're going to be on the secondary search. Basically, when it comes to going into a fire building, the truck guys are going to be the ones that are going in and searching for the victim, while the engine crew, they get set up tied to a hydrant, get the pony off of the truck, and getting that water supply into that building so that when the search crew comes out, the engine crew is ready to go in and hit the seat of that fire.
What is pony?
The pony line is a preset line that's already on the truck. So it's basically built into it. So you don't have to. It's the quick one, pretty much. That's the best way that I can put it. It's
That's your main feed line to fire.
Yeah, it's your quick access. You have it already set up, and all you're doing is just you're good to go. But however, there is a very limited access on your quick lines. At maximum, from what I've seen on the rigs that I've personally had, your quick attack lines or your pony lines only 150 feet. And let me tell you, you are going to be pulling all 150 feet off of that truck. Does anyone want to know why? Or can anyone tell me why? I'll let them have a chance
the
to
hose
answer.
doesn't kink unless you're getting blockage.
Exactly. That hose line is going to blow up very big, and most quick attack lines, they're only 1.75 inches. Some departments outside of us have started to expand to 1.5 inches. A lot of older trucks and trucks that I've personally worked on or seen, all of them are 1.75 inches. I'm trying to think of what else I can tell you about firefighting. Because there's many different parts, and I'm not going to jumble you guys with a whole bunch of information as of right now. Because we just had a very long talk about medical side of things. So, and I was not prepared to talk about fire stuff today. I really wasn't. I would have been much more prepared.
Okay, for right now, let's boil it down this way. Okay. When we are on a fire scene, sorry to jump in here, Chief.
No, it's all good.
Trying to help out a little bit here. When we are on a fire scene, whoever is in command of that scene will be giving out instructions. Okay? Follow those to the letter. If you're ever confused as to why whoever was in charge of the scene gave the instructions that they did, when the scene is over with and done with, pull them aside and ask questions. Okay? The one thing we've talked about as a command, we want you guys to be coming to us with questions. And there's many reasons for that. That's number one, that's how we know you're engaged. Number two, it shows us where you are all at. Maybe where we need to do a little bit more training, or in situations like this with an academy, where we need to be a little bit more concise and specific with our information to get the proper point and expectations across. So when in doubt, honestly, ask us. You know, if whoever is in command of whatever scene we happen to be on, whatever instructions they give out, follow them. Do as you're instructed, ask questions later. Does that help a little bit for everybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You good with that, Chief?
I am very good with that. Like I said, I do apologize. I was not expecting to talk about firefighting at this moment. I really wasn't. We are going to be hosting a fire academy. I don't know when. I have to get with the assistant chief with this because of how we want to train everybody. We want them to have a little bit of knowledge of each, and that way we can all work together as one whole department and not be segregated with each other, if that makes sense.
Sounds good. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So we haven't gone through the fire academy. Does that mean we're not allowed to respond to fire calls yet, or are we allowed to?
No. As medical side of things, we do want, at least for me personally, I would like to have at least one ambulance there, so that way they're already there on the scene.
What I usually do if I'm on duty, I just
Exactly. Even if nothing happens, you're still there.
No, but
That way-
I'm asking, like, am I allowed to, like, let's say there's the 6 of us that are here. There's a fire. Am I allowed to gear up and fight the fire with you? Even though we haven't had fire academy.
I would like to see you guys come onto the rigs, yes.
Okay.
But don't expect, as trainees, do not expect to always be on every single fire call. There may be times where I'm going to have to pull someone else with a little bit more experience depending on the fire or depending on what we have going on or who's around to bring other people onto the rigs. Eventually, once we start bringing to light that, hey, we are around again and rebuilding our image, we will have set crews on trucks. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. Hopefully we can all work together to have set groups or work out on how we're going to do our shifts.
It all
We will get rotation of who's doing what.
Exactly.
It all goes back to what I was saying earlier. Right now, everything is still a work in progress. Especially because we have an immensely tiny roster because everybody got sick and tired of the crap and left. We have to basically we're starting over from the absolute very beginning with Saffir as a whole. This is going to be a work in progress. There's going to be adjustments as we go along. There's going to be changes. So for right now, I personally would say, and we'll see if Chief agrees with me, that everything is going to be determined based on the situation at that time and the people that we have available to us at that time as to who is going to go where.
Yes.
It's going to be like this for quite a while, unfortunately, until we can get the numbers that we require. But for right now, pretty much everything is going to be situational based. It's not the most efficient way to run things. However, right now, given our numbers and the work in front of us and the amount of stuff that we need to change and fix and adjust and edit as we're going along, it's pretty much just going to be that's the way it is for right now. And I'm sorry, but we're all doing our best to fix all of this and turn this around.
This was a very big ask on the mayor and council to get in this position, only because of we have not been around as just a department in general. And this is a full-on restructure of this entire city for this. The city thinks that we are not around ever, and we haven't been for a while. There have been many times before I was appointed chief that I would be on duty and no one would call us, not even the police, because it has been ingrained in their head for so long that the cops started basically having to treat everybody after they would, like if there was a MCI event, any officers that were left standing would have to treat their other officers. And, thank God a lot of them are medically trained. However, I was just sitting at Pillbox doing absolutely nothing, or sitting at Capitol Station doing absolutely nothing, when I could have been called. Or I would find the person injured call, and I would go there, no one was there, or, again, police have found them, taken them to the hospital.
basically, what it boils down to is not only in addition to changing our image and changing the way we are perceived by the state as a whole, at the exact same time, we also have to re-educate the entire state. This is going to be a massive work in progress. But we're all going to get through this, and we're all going to get through it together. It's just some days we are going to require your patience with us as command as we're fighting our way through this and trying to figure out exactly how to go about things in the most efficient way possible for everybody, while still trying to keep all of you guys happy here as well. It's a very big undertaking, but we are doing our best right now, and we're going to continue putting our best foot forward to try and fix this. So some policies, like I said earlier, they're going to change. We don't know exactly how or exactly what at this point in time, but we're working towards that day by day.
Another way to get the public to realize we are out is if you open up your MDT. If you go to recent calls, which there are none, but if you flex that right mouse button on that, you will get a little drop down of things. If you notice at very bottom, you will have one that says respond to caller. It will allow you to send a message to person if they called it in themselves. So if it was a 311 or 911 call, you can actually respond to them and let them know that you are on way.
Okay, how do we do it?
Wait one, I will send test message. Alright, now if you open up your MDT, if you go to that and flex that right mouse button, you will see very down at bottom, respond to call. If you click on that, you will see it, what would you like to respond? If you send a message that, whatever you type in that box, whoever sent the message will see what you typed, so that they will know EMS is on the way.
Now, what's the difference between that and the respond? That's the third option.
That just signifies that you are responding and attaching self to call.
But does it alert the person that we received the call?
No, it does not. That is for if we have a dispatching system. If you
Okay.
notice, number just went up from 1 to 2. Now it's showing 2 units.
It's basically, so let's say as an example, I can look through the calls that are currently going on, and I can tell what units are at what call.
It does not show what the units are at call, but it will say a unit mark themselves as responding to call.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No, but there is a way to set a GPS that'll link up to your vehicle.
If that message applies, either personnel down automated by local, or if they do it themselves, if you flex your Y muscle, it will automatically set GPS to that call. But you only have 1, maybe 2 seconds to do that.
I am talking, or going to be talking with the mayor and council once we get up to a good point to where I can start kind of like requesting things. Or not the mayor and council, at least our dispatch company, the person that set up our dispatch system. Instead of it just for at least for fires to show up on our GPS, for them to have an actual 911 call go out to our MDTs, so that it's in every single rig. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I do want to apologize. I was not really prepared to talk about any firefighting stuff. And I am also one of those guys that I have not. I'm not a. I was never an instructor. However, if there was a fire right now, I would be able to run that scene no problem. Cap, you were there on yesterday's fire scene.
Yep.
Or last night's fire scene.
You're one of those people that you can go through the actions, you can do it, you know what you're doing. You just don't know how to find the way to explain what you're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, it's an academy. It's a work in progress. After this is all over, I mean, we're all going to sit down as a command. We're going to go over everything that transpired today. What was good? What needs to be changed? What can we fix? What can we shorten? What do we have to be better on explaining? Like we're going to sit down and evaluate this whole thing at some point. So these academies will get better and better as we're going along. But quite literally, this one was just thrown together in the last week.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns or what they would like to see in the next academy?
Like as students of everything that has happened today, what do you personally think we could go more in depth with? What could we do better at explaining? What drug on too much? What do you think, could go a little bit faster? What you need more explanation on? Like, honestly, be honest with us because, like I said, this is a massive work in progress. We're just throwing something together at this point and seeing what sticks and making changes as we go along.
I would not know like overrunning I would have to think more into that what
Okay.
I would want right
Well,
today.
take some time, and then sit down with one of us and talk to us, so that we can figure out how to do this in a much better, more efficient manner the next time around. Okay.
All right.
That goes for everybody here. Like comments, concerns, questions, anything. Talk to us honestly.
Even though I'm still a cadet, am I allowed to respond to calls after this?
For right now, I still want you to be on duty, with an FTO, so that we can see you out on the street, see how you interact on your own on real scenes as opposed to simulated scenes, see what we need to help you with. Then, if everything is okay at that point, then we will move you up to solo EMT and you can go out by yourself and come on duty when and wherever you want. But for right now, until we get a better grasp on where you are, because we've never actually seen you on actual scenes, I'm going to say that you need to be going around with an FTO, or at least have an FTO on duty that knows that you are around and knows that they need to be available to help you and to monitor you and answer your questions.
We do call.
Yeah, looks like we got a call.
All right. Let's all.
Oh shit! I'm not clocked in.
Yeah.
I've been working for free this whole fucking time.
I will compensate you.
I'm just waiting for first person to pull.
Yep, go ahead. I'm gonna call on my ladder. If anyone wants to hop in with him, go right ahead.
I need an adult.
Alright, roll.
961 plus 176 latest.
10-4.
10-4.
Climb in, guys. Climb in.
What the fuck?
What just happened?
I don't want to know. Somebody mark it for me, please.
It's all the
910 plus 2 attaching to the latest.
he also keeps honking his horn when he comes up on locals so that they know to get out of the way.
Every time I do that, they just pull right in front of my ass.
Or just come to a stop in the middle of the street.
Yeah,
Or the middle of the fucking highway. Oh, you dick.
901
Oh, yeah.
76 in the ladder as it's my only vehicle up north. Oh, 10-4.
Yeah, we got plenty of gas to get down there. And back. +1, we're gonna be on scene. We have eyes on the individual.
Maybe got some glass in my arms and stuff like that. You know.
Alright, so you have some scrapes and bruises.
Okay.
I'm just gonna determine where everything is in those specific locations. Alright, looks like it's gonna be on your arms and your chest. You'll have some bruising on your chest, so I'm just gonna apply an ice pack on it, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Tisk tisk. Imagine ejecting.
Yeah, 30 miles an hour. Crazy.
And you give me shit. What the fuck?
Okay. You roll a truck in a parking lot.
Damn, Daryl.
Alright, I'm just gonna clean these cuts out with saline, okay?
Okay.
Didn't have to call me out, but okay.
You're lucky this man is putting saline in my cuts.
What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck?
Are you guys in the tunnel or above
So
it?
the cuts don't seem
Negative. We were above it in
some band-aids
Little
around.
Shopping Plaza.
Okay, thank you.
Gunnar, what kind of band-aids do you have for Daniel right
I
now?
am about 2 mics out.
I'm pretty sure you're not getting the ladder in here, sir.
He said he's
Leave it
not
out
here right
straight.
now, remember?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll look through the med bag to see what kind of band-aid. Oh,
Something
he gave
about
us
a ladder truck.
a Hello Kitty band-aid.
Oh my
hell yeah.
god. That's
Dude,
your favorite.
He better have taught you Babushka's dance. I feel so much better now that Hello Kitty is protecting my open wounds.
You think you got enough power to stand up here?
Only if you give me Babushka's dance like Gunnar does.
I taught him on the way. He should be able. He's new to it, but he should be pretty good. He explains pretty well.
I still gotta. Let's get you up.
All right, let me see your rendition of Babushka's dance.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Oh, not bad, not bad. I don't know. I think you need some practice, but not bad.
That's first time he's done, so
No,
he's still got
23.
little to learn.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot to learn. He's in good hands.
When you stand up, you'll be able to see a fire truck.
Where's the... Oh my god.
Am I
there is a
7
fire
years
truck.
old?
Oh my god, Danny, look, a fire truck.
What did you
There
say
you go.
like that? Wow, when you stand up, you get to see a fire truck.
All right, Daniel.
Yes,
do you need any
sir.
assistance from myself or anybody here?
No, I think we're good. There's like 9 of you guys. This is crazy. Wow, why are there so many medics?
We actually just finished up an academy up north in Polito.
Wow, congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
I'll make
get Sapphire back out into the world.
I'll make
Dude,
sure to
are you
headbutt
bald?
through my windshield again.
Me? No, man.
What's wrong with being bald?
Oh, now you fucked up.
I didn't say anything
What
was
is
wrong
wrong
with being
with that?
bald. Oh shit. Okay, see, that's
No.
fine. His haircut, like a second ago, was really bad.
No, man.
You look like Mr.
Chief,
Dog clean your clock.
Chief,
Oh
Yes,
shit.
sir.
please do not do that because you look like we'd have to call you Chief Fuckboy if you went around with a hair.
Oh.
Ooh.
Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
Hey, you
It's
guys
really
are doing
fucking
a
ugly.
great job.
I'm glad to be of service.
It's good to see you back, Gunnar. I missed you, man.
I think bald would have been better.
And I miss City too. It's good to be back.
Hell yeah. Well, I need to go deposit some money. So you guys have a fantastic day. Thank you for putting a Hello Kitty Band-Aid on me.
You're welcome.
Yes.
If you have any more complications, feel free to come to Pillbox.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
Guys, have a
Later, guys.
Have a good day. Be safe.
Dispatch the whole of Sanford clear of scene.
5 minutes.
Fabulous.
Okay, I guess I'm the only one.
+2, clear of the latest. Back en route to Polito to pick up vehicles.
901, I'll be clear. 76 to Pillbox.
+1 en route Pillbox.
For anyone that does not know, all fire apparatus will be placed on in the garage below Pillbox on Strawberry or off of Strawberry. All ambulances, they can be pulled out of the garage right by the emergency room door. Ten four.
Mark, I know it's a little
laggy, or I should say slow. Basically, I'm still trying to get an actual upgrade my computer and everything, so I'm trying to get it, but I don't have money to do that right now. Hopefully I'll be able to.
Can you guys get out of the truck for a second, please?
Absolutely.
What the fuck?
Do you have cash?
Hang on one
You
second.
might be a little bit too far away from the pump.
$901.23 pillbox.
961 plus 1, same traffic. We're coming into the garage, so I know where the lower portion is.
All right. Back to Paleto we go. On Great Ocean Deathway. You motherfucker. Ignore me.
Because he said, "You're not seeing me do nothing." So I was closing my eyes. So I wasn't seeing him do nothing.
10-7, 10-4-2. Have a nice evening.
Thank you for all your help, sir. Arriving at Polito. There you go, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. No problem.
$9.51 en route to Capital.
Reinforcing traffic.
910, 1075 mics.
10. Hey, if anyone wants to witness a fight between me and a cadet, come down to Pillbox. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
$961 plus 1, 76 latest. 361 plus 1 on scene. It's going to be the other individual that we saw by the clothing store near the beach. It was it's the female now. It looks like.
Hey Brett, we're gonna have to walk in.
I'm getting through as much as I can right now.
Okay, because I couldn't hop the fence.
I might have an idea. I'm as close as I can get.
Alright, copy that.
951 arrived at Cap.
Loser. You think you can push me around?
Ow.
Do you want me to call the fucking police, asshole? I'm from LC. You scared now? Oh, fuck this.
Ow.
You've gone too far.
Just as something stupid bitch. Oh, damn, that hurt.
+1 with 1 patient, 76 bullets.
happens?
Nine 51, 10 7, 10 42. You guys stay safe.
Thank you for your service, Jamie.
961 plus 1 with 1 injured patient, 23. Good luck.
Capital.
Uh, 961, you can show code 4 on latest injured person.
One to 961 direct.
Go ahead.
Can you 76 to pillbox and meet me in the office, please?
10-4, Chief, just park my ambulance.
And Capitol Fire Station.
10-4, I will be 76. Looks like we have a vehicle flipped outside. It's going to be the vehicle that tried to just pull off.
Alright, 10-4.
I think everybody's going to be alright. Be aware that a Porsche shedded skin.
Brother, if you're still watching, are you still in city?